afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today we will be continuing on with Ace Attorney Investigations. Last time we played through the entirety of the first episode of the game, in which Miles Edgeworth returns to his office to find a dead body there. And then has to figure out who, and then we figured out who did it. We're not 100% sure why. Mostly because there were two different intruders. But I'm sure we'll get to that later. Hello, Drag. How are you doing? Let's get into episode 2, a Turnabout Airlines, which should launch us straight into the opening of it. Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. A murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yata Garasu. Ah yes, the other intruder. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day. Oh shoot, what did that say? 2 days ago. Right, 2 days earlier. Oh. Wine. Yes, everything began high up in the air. 9,000 feet in the air, to be precise. Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. I'm going to assume that what those statues have is a beard, and that they are not mind flayers. Because that was my first instinct. I am doing okay. Today's temperature is semi-livable. For the first time in a while. Yeah. This is clearly a very fancy plane. Given that it appears to have a lounge with bar stools and a piano. And a Miles Edgeworth lying on the floor. March 12th, 6:13 a.m. Flight G3, so the G390, first floor lounge. I mean, not necessarily gigantic. You do, well, sorry, I take that back. Yes, gigantic, but not necessarily larger than planes that we have here. I know that there are planes that have more than one level. Really big ones. I do not remember which type of plane specifically, because I don't remember. But I mean, fancy private planes aren't usually that big. You've never really seen a plane with more than one level? I think they're relatively rare. I'm pretty sure I've been on one in living memory. I think. Aside from the fact that I don't remember it, I mean, that was either, I feel like, yeah. Usually, like, the upper level is mostly, like, crew stuff anyway, but I think I've been on one where, like, first class was upstairs. And specifically upstairs. No elevators going on here. Anyway. Also, this is why you need to be in your seats with the seatbelt on when there's turbulence. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? I guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Yes. This is why you need to be in your seat with the seatbelt on when the seatbelt sign is on, because otherwise you might get knocked out like Edgeworth here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though, admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. What's this? Travel wallet. But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? Did the turbulence knock Edgeworth out, or did someone else do that? I'll take care of this travel wallet later. Or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. He didn't wake up from a nightmare, he's in a nightmare. I think it's gonna get worse. I suspect a dead body in the elevator. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. How long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. Yep, there's a dead body in the elevator. Yeah, sorry, Edgeworth. I don't think you're getting away from your elevator phobia anytime soon. What in the world happened? Is something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. Why do I get the feeling that that travel wallet contains the passport belonging to the dead body in the elevator? He's dead! Please, calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! What? No! You have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Oh, this is absolutely first class. It appears we have very paranoid of the plane crashing person. Alcoholic. Um, this looks like a kid who's enjoying the in-flight meals and also a console. And Edgeworth appears to have his own chessboard. March 12th, 6:41 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. Oh, so the bar part is downstairs then. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Teniero. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I got a glimpse and it was murder. I'm guessing it's the person who belongs to that seat over there then. What? Murder? What's going on with this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! Let you off what, dude? We're 9,000 feet in the air. Hello, Nick. I'm doing okay. How are you? Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. Ah, right, yes. Edgeworth is in handcuffs. And still doesn't have his seatbelt on. Why do none of these people have their seatbelts on? There's turbulence. First class doesn't care about turbulence. The alcoholic with the vast quantity of bottles should care. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Yep, as we saw in the first case. Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say. However, I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight assistant. Sorry, a professional flight attendant. I mean, I'm not sure that gives you the ability to identify murderers. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. It is the deceased's travel wallet, isn't it? What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. your situation. I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Teniero, is it? Yes. I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance? To do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you mean by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Please let the authorities be gumshoe. No, I think airports have kind of their own police, as it were. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like different police for airports. Or is it just for airplanes? I don't know. Yeah, Air Marshal, that is what I was thinking of. I don't know if they're responsible for airports or just things that happen on airplanes. Can the professional flight assistant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course. As you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I know for a fact I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. What Miss Teniero saw. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you, standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. Wasn't the murder weapon inside the elevator? You wonder what the hair shape is supposed to be. It seems to be like 3 squares kind of turned on each other. So, if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Wait, do we have evidence in our hands? We do. We've got the travel wallet. Picked up off the floor in front of the elevator. It isn't mine. Whose is it? I mean, this is the thing covered in blood that she thinks she saw, right? Which is not the murder weapon, and also not covered in blood. I'm pretty sure it's covered in wine like the rest of the floor. Whereas that is probably the murder weapon. It's got blood on this corner. So all of his cash and cards seem to be scattered inside the elevator. And I guess not in the travel wallet we picked up. Which I assume should have been attached to this lanyard. I assume the only thing left in the travel wallet is the passport. We also have Sky Magazine. Details meals, movies, and other services. Ooh. Ooh, we've got the flight itinerary. Meals. This is a long flight. Drinks and a movie there. License to love, laugh, maim, and something. Genre suspense, hard-boiled action. Runtime 120 minutes. I guess that's this movie, huh? Thank you for choosing Go You Airlines. We wish you have a pleasant flight. If you require assistance at any time, please use the call button above your seat and a flight attendant will be with you shortly. Meals will be served at the times shown, but complimentary snacks and drinks will be served. I don't know what's next. I assume we present the thing that I was holding in my hands. And go, that's not blood.
Objection!
Miss Tenero. What is he yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes! All that blood! And drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible! Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping from the wallet, I know I did! As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'll agree it's only grape juice. Ah yes, definitely, legally not wine, definitely not wine, nope. Hello, Carl. How you doing? Then... That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. I mean, there is a murder weapon with blood on it, Edgeworth. It's just not dripping with blood and not in your hands. No! There. That should clear up that pesky accusation. Hold it! Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside. Please? I mean, it should be a passport, I assume, unless it's completely empty. Unless the person who rifled through the wallet in the elevator, like, nicked the passport. She's trembling. And the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. Oh yeah, that's... Even if it contained, like, all of the cash that's on the floor of the elevator at the moment, I don't think that's heavy enough to do a murder. I mean, we know what is we know what is probably heavy enough to do a murder. This statue of a tanuki, I think, or like a trophy of a tanuki. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, we should be looking inside that, Edgeworth. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. Airbus A380, thank you, Carl. I couldn't remember which aircraft it was that I've seen that has 2 floors. Does the Airbus A380 have an elevator though? I know it. I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure the one I've been on had stairs. Not that I really paid attention, given that I was not in first class and therefore not upstairs. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Which is unfortunately not going to do you any good in the whole being suspected of killing the guy, given it. Pretty sure it will contain his passport, Edgeworth. Mr. Nero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. KK, probably a brand. Yeah, there's a passport in there. Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intentions. Republic of Guinea. Oh no, elevator puns. It seems this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there is nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Hold it! Please, hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering whose passport is it exactly? Yes! Yeah, Edgeworth, unfortunately, the fact that you woke up with someone else's passport in your pocket is not going to do you any favours here. Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. It is, in fact, the deceased. Ackby Hicks. No date of birth. I'm trying to remember if there's typically anything in like the passport code that contains the date of birth. Am I gonna have to go fetch my passport? I want to go fetch my passport. I'm intrigued. There's a bunch of numbers and I want to go look at them. Give me a sec. I have returned. Okay, no part of the passport number actually contains that information. I do wonder what the bit at the end of the passport code thing is that's beyond the passport number. I do wonder what information that contains. Type P is, I think, just type passport. My passport also says type P on it. But yeah, this is missing a lot of information. Yeah, date of issue, date of expiry, date of birth, place of birth. I mean, then again, it's not like we ever get actual dates here in Ace Attorney anyway. This is just as I thought. Wait a second. Yeah, it is fun how it's actually formatted properly like a passport number thing at the bottom. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. Mr. Hicks's travel wallet. It's been updated. There is but a passport inside. That's because the entire rest of the contents of the wallet are strewn across the floor of the elevator. Unless there was anything in there that someone wanted to steal. At which point, surely they would have taken the cash as well and to just make it look like a robbery, but hey. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? Ah, yes, because I would want to steal a wallet with nothing but a passport inside it and leave all the cash on the floor of the elevator. How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon, but it seems I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. The passport is useful. We could fake our identity. True, if we were good at disguise. Well, no, because the problem with using the passport of a dead guy that people know is dead is that the passport isn't going to be valid anymore. You kind of have to hide the body to go about doing that, I think. Miss Teniero's logic. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? I assume that we will be presenting the fact that all the money is still with Mr. Hicks. So, even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? How do we know that all the money is in the elevator shaft? Oh no!
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Teniero. What is it now? Miss Teniero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible for the motive for this murder. It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this scene would prove the motive for the murder was not the money? That would be the money on the floor. Money and the cards. Where exactly do I want to put this? There, I'll do.
Take that!
If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor. That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet!
Objection!
Ah, yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you are really insisting it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming it was all for an empty travel wallet. Forgive me! Please! Hey, what the heck? You saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer? Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Will you all please be quiet? Hey, what's that dude doing out of his seat? Mr. Nero? Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. It's not quite hieroglyphs. He doesn't look happy though. I mean, given this golden object here, I'm going to assume the murder weapon was one of his things. I mean, some of these are hieroglyphs. This one, and I think that one. Not sure about, like, the leaf or the sort of jellyfishy one. No, I don't have any context here. What is it now? Really? You're using your seatbelt for a vase? And admittedly, actually, this guy might have his seatbelt on. But that's because this guy is way too worried. Like... That's the same starter as the last line. Mr. Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian, but I... Oh, a fellow countryman. I don't understand any of it. And there's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's giving the runabout. I don't require an interpreter, I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir? I want this person to be under arrest until we arrive at the airport. I mean, you probably did the murder, dude. You probably did the murder and are trying to pin it on Edgeworth. You're from the same country as the guy who got killed, so... I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? Finish talking to the likes of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. How dare you try to waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. Ah, so it's licensed to love, laugh, maim, and murder. I see. I wanted to spend at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are, I see through you. Insolvent! Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. I mean, if you... I'm not sure if that's the word you want to use. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. Yeah, I think he means insolent. My assumption is he wanted to go with insolent. Because if Edgeworth was insolvent, he wouldn't be flying in first class. Although actually, I'm not quite sure that's true. Because there's a lot of people who are technically rich, but all of their stuff is like tied up in assets. And like loans taken out against those assets, and technically they would be insolvent, right? I don't know. I don't really understand how it works. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in Virginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? When you said that Edgeworth was giving me the runabout? I mean, he meant runaround. I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. You're on a flight! You're not wasting any time! You're not going to get to your destination any faster, dude! Yes, and yet you continue to blather on. I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go onto the elevator, going down to the lounge. It was at exactly 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. What was happening at 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock was the start of the movie. And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Hicks was his name, was it? Then I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. I don't think he got out of the elevator, I guess. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes. Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching a movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. Yes, grape juice. Grape juice is definitely what is in those 500,000 bottles. Oh, sorry, what used to be in that 500,000 bottles. That I am assuming are all empty. I mean, this one down here is definitely empty. I was still eating. Still haven't finished, see? Yeah, that's because you appear to have, like, the entire side of a cow. And an entire baguette that you've only, like, nibbled the end of. And a giant sundae. What time was the meal served? How long have you been eating? All that food must be cold by now, right? The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. Does this count under the drinks and snacks? I mean, we don't actually know if the drinks and snacks are served whenever. We do have stated times for drinks, which seem to have way too much space between them. So yeah, snacks and drinks will be served something. I mean, I guess really they're expecting the passengers to mostly be asleep in this block. Though actually, I don't know. So this is... Actually, we don't... Do we know if this is AM or PM right now? Because actually, sorry, it might be over here, mightn't it? We might be in this section. We might not be dealing with the movie. It would make more sense for that kid still to have food if we were over here, and not my first instinct of over here. Actually, yeah, because if we were over here, that someone would be complaining about the movie having been paused. So we must be over here. Which actually only gives us, like, 2.5 hours to solve this before we land. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you've put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say. But do you have, what you say, the evidence? Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw? Enough to give testimony? Of course! I was looking at that man the whole time! Wow, rude. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time. Which machine? And why is his coffee spilt? Machine. Yes, that is what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. So, a laptop. I mean, I guess he's got a laptop-sized briefcase. I believe Mr. LeBlanc is talking... What Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. Oh. Okay. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget. I hate the noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, all it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Miss Tenero. Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. Yeah, because I didn't see a cell phone there either, Edgeworth. What? You want to Examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English. I think technically in English it is fox in the chicken coop. But I could be wrong. And I mean, duck pen is close enough. Oh, no. It's fox guarding the hen house. Ah, hen house, that was it. Different wording. And I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. Ha! It should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You are not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes? Of course not. Ah, we shall see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable. I am in your debt, Miss Tenero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural, as I am still a suspect in this case. I take full responsibility and will watch over Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use tea to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime. The first floor lounge. Isn't the scene of the crime technically just the elevator? I assume that there are stairs. And that they are in this direction. So I'm gonna talk to the kid. If I may have a word with you. This steak. So awesome. That's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions. I was here the whole time, so I wouldn't know. Eat or speak, please pick one. I think he chose to eat. Yes, I can hear that. Let's go talk to the unreasonably stressed. Like, did you pull the oxygen thing down of your own accord, dude? I don't think you're supposed to do that. Don't get near me, you criminal! He said, don't get near me, you criminal. I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now. Well, that's contrary to the facts. He says, but that's contrary to the facts. I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. Can we investigate? Oh, we can. This was Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator. Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now. Actually, can we look at the... We can. It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim and Murder. That's a Go You Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense hardboiled action romantic horror comedy flick. Oh gosh. It's an everything, apparently. Is that the genre listing for this thing? Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres. The other flight attendant appears to be, 1, tired, and 2, to have a little plushie. Jack of all trades, master of none, exactly. I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be. But you have to admit it's piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with the genre listing was to make people curious. Well then, consider the mission a successful one. I don't want to talk to him. Let's talk to the alcoholic. Hey, miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you, I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'll be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. Actually, I should probably talk to the other attendant before I go. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there! If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay? What the? Hey, wake up, you! I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth. No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low it was in the red. God, even the stairs are fancy! Look at them! Wooden stairs with a red carpet. March 12th, 7:26 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Mr. Nero. It was nothing. I should thank the captain for granting you permission. Sorry, you should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So, my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes and first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all. Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Well, I guess we'll start with the body. Now then, let's get started. But where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 AM and 6:15 AM. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means the killer was around somewhere. I mean, the killer could have literally been in the elevator. Or maybe there was no killer. And the victim died just because he was using the elevator during a period of turbulence, which is a really fucking stupid idea. Why is there an elevator on a plane? If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. You got to the limit, say the plane. Yes, the killer is probably still on board the plane. Probably. Unless he had like a parachute, although I think people would have noticed the plane door being opened. So... The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. I mean, ordinarily I would start at the opposite end of things. But apparently if I'm not making progress, you'll stop me, so... There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes! Grape juice. Definitely grape juice and definitely not anything else. And oh look, are those footprints? Are those footprints that go in the direction of that grill that's down there that's between this and business, I assume business class? I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Aha! Oh, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I've found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene? I mean, this is also interesting because this is something being dragged. Like, that possibly has wheels, I'm not sure. But what we really want is the footprints.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree they're a set of footprints. So you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. Oh no, that was my first instinct. But I'm guessing that Sir Edgereth is going to shoot that down. I don't think that will be of any help to us. And that's because the footprints seem to be moving away from first class. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. Oh, that was the problem, huh? What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard. So, the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, The victim's body was found inside the elevator that connects 1F with 2F. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So, Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling. Although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right here. Mr. Hicks, if you really are dead, please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling now. Although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Ah yes, we were in denial. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Blunt force trauma. Wound on the back of Hicks's head suggests blunt force trauma. Well, what caused it? Well, that would be the blunt object. Even his glasses are broken. The victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Can we look? We can look at the lanyard thing. I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now if I could just put my finger on it. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. Who appears to be a tanuki. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and is so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Edgeworth, have you just not been paying attention? Or do you just not fly very often? I don't think I've flown on anything that doesn't have an in-flight shop. Even if that in-flight shop is just to buy drinks and stuff. Like on the really cheap airlines where they don't actually feed you. Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. Oh, it's a physical shop. There The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? The blood on it is still fresh. Could this be the murder weapon? Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. That appears to be everything there. Right. I think we can go... blunt force trauma. And the piggy bank. A statue with blood on it, lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes? What is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it! I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Usually on display at the in-flight shop, found at the crime scene with blood on it. I mean, I'm not certain about connecting those two at the moment, so... Okay, what's the... A pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. The inscription says, "Here lies Hugo Hughes." Is he buried on the plane? Also, I am still seeing that beard as mouth tentacles and it's still throwing me off. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? The in-flight shop is just beyond those shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid we must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found in this lounge. I will remain ever vigilant. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. This toppled over chair. Yet another victim of the turbulence. Oh, look at all that grape juice staining the back. It may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals' leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? I can't believe you never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the Pals parts as they became more popular, especially among teens. Ah, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. Oh. It plays itself. That's not a piano. It's more like an overgrown music box. Ah, but it's keys to press along with the music, and so there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. What or who is this? Yeah, a ghost on board the ship. Yeah, it would make it look like a ghost pianist, right? This is a bronze statue of the founder of Yugo Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. Sorry, the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. I mixed them up there. The one on the left is of when he was in his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s. So he looked old when he was 40 and didn't continue aging. Got it. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky. These clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth? You look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This one's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Oof. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle? Case in point. I have at least heard of that word. Could I define it? No. But also, I've been out of school for a very, very long time. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. Now, why on earth would you have a cabinet like that on a plane as well? Wait! That's a picture of the same dude, Mr. Hugo. On a rearing horse, like the... Is it a painting of Napoleon? Or have I got it mixed up again? I'm consulting with the internet. So that's the painting that I that's not helping. I found the right painting, but it doesn't tell me who it is. Wow, the internet is not being helpful today. There it is. Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte. I was right. I remembered right. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. Can we look at that picture? No. Okay. Alright, I think we do need to connect the other things now. Where was the killer? Well, I mean, the elevator only goes to these places. Yeah, the cargo hold is below the lounge. It's cargo hold, then lounge, then first class. I'm not quite sure where business and economy are. Like, are they on the other side of the shop? Or are they upstairs? Or are they both of those things? Maybe business is also upstairs. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Okay, we have spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. We have broken glasses were they broken during the murder. I don't think those are helpful right now. Nope. Should really have been reading that one, actually. This is different than what we had before. Spilled grape juice in a pool at my feet. Unfortunately, the delightful scent of grapes is obscured by the unpleasant smell of the crime scene. This scent in the air. It's the same smell as the smell of my towels after they come out of my home dryer. What is wrong with your dryer? if your towels smell like wine and blood. I would have never expected something like that by looking at you. I suppose everyone has something unpleasant about them. And I mean, not necessarily just blood. It could be, like, other bodily fluids. Right, there's clearly something else for us to find in here. Aha! In his pocket. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope he won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Ah, the thing that's supposed to be on the lanyard is his phone. Not the travel wallet. Photo of Mr. Hicks. Found in the victim's pocket. A souvenir picture, perhaps. Why does the statue look kind of like a thwomp? Good question. Yeah, that's his phone, isn't it? That thing's huge. Because, like, it's down on the floor there, and it's coming up to the next floor. So that's, like, wider than I thought it was. But yeah, let's look at the profiles. Acme Hicks is age 28, and I don't know how we knew that when his passport doesn't have a date of birth on it. Rio de Janeiro is age 24, and Zinc LeBlanc is 62. And he's from the North European Republic of Virginia. North European, huh? Says he's a wealthy art dealer, time obsessed. Okay, deduce. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Wait. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Because I mean, we have it, so we know what his phone looks like now. But I'm not sure that helps us. Can I go talk to the people upstairs now? No? Okay. We've still just got those three. Right, I mean, this was clearly spilled while the elevator was closed, because there's no grape juice inside the elevator. I do not know if that's relevant. We are apparently still not done with this body. I think actually what we want to do is do the deduce on the strap and go, oh wait, that's supposed to have a cell phone on it. Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Gennaro. Oh, so I guess because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone. The victim supposedly has one, but it's gone missing. Did the killer take it? Okay, are we done? No, maybe not. Okay. We've still got those. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're done in here. Nope. Okay, it's changed here. I already checked this area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. Okay, so we probably are done even though it's not ticked. Are you in need of assistance? Mr. Nero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge. As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation. I will. However, please realize that you're still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you. Of course, and I take no offense. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, verily. Do you pinky swear you do on your honor as professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do on my honor as a professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. Did you notice anything? I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. I'd say the killer's, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they're a vital clue to solving this case. Ooh, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's go find them together. A word of advice. Nobody likes a credit thief, so stop stealing my lines. I was wondering if you noticed anything, Mr. Nero. Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here. Yes. It is a rather tragic crime. I'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands. And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. Right, okay, what do we have? The prosecutor's badge, obviously. The travel wallet. with just his passport in it. Crime scene notes. Sky Magazine. Captain Ugo. Piggy bank. Actually, can we look at that? We can! Rotate the evidence. Ah, it is a piggy bank. I suppose this is where you insert your coins. I have to say, for a piggy bank, it's made rather well. So well, in fact, that I'm not sure there's a way to take your money out. Yeah, it is rather missing the plug in the bottom. Although I guess it's one of those ones where you're supposed to smash it. But it appears it doesn't smash easily, given that it smashed the guy's head in. Also, your coins just sort of got to go through this very narrow body into the bottom. Anyway, the blood. The more important thing. There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. Why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Okay, I think we're probably done rotating the evidence. Just gonna a couple of seconds more. Okay. There's no one familiar in this picture. Okay. Obviously, we cannot rotate the cell phone because we do not have it. We've rotated the travel wallet. Ooh, can we rotate the... We can rotate the prosecutor's badge. Haha! This badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as the strict protectors of the law, and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Numbers. As if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Edgeworth says, I am not a number, I am a free man. Which, if any of you get that reference, I would be surprised. It's a reference that's old even for my time. Maybe I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. We don't really have anything to connect that to prove it. I mean, unless we count the fact that there's spilled grape juice on the floor in front of the elevator and it's got footprints in it. Actually, maybe that does connect. Might as well try. I have it! I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather, the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Grape juice footprints data jotted down in my organizer. Spilt during the turbulence. Looks like footprints and something being dragged. Yes, I was right about something being dragged. Investigation complete. What's going on over there? Ah, LeBlanc. Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It's the same level as bad as if the plane arrived late. But the movie... Oh, dude, you're so obsessed with time, but you don't even know what time it is. What? I will not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you're innocent yet? If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now. What? Nonsense! Are you saying that my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honoured if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. What I saw? I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes. I mean, the thing is, the movie isn't late. I think he slept through it 12 hours ago. Because, yeah, it says the movie is between 6 and 8. But we established that it only makes sense for us to be at this 6. Given that that kid is still eating. And if that kid was still eating at, like, well, probably it's about 6:30, 7 o'clock-ish now. If he was still eating from then, I'd be worried. But if he was still eating from here, then that makes more sense. I mean, really what the problem is with this flight itinerary is it doesn't say AM or PM on it. Wait, just a second, this is like a... This is an entire 24 hours. I don't think the flight is that long. So I guess this flight itinerary is just whatever time you happen to be flying, this is how it is, which is weird. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow and fast. Second you saw him to the elevator, it was at 6, probably. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge. Well, technically in the elevator, but sure. And you, the only person in the lounge at the time, must be the criminal. Can we present our evidence of extra person? Will that work? No, I think we needed to press him. Mr. LeBlanc, could you please take a look at this piece for me? In American dollars, I'd say it's worth around $9.99. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Were you not intending to sell it to me? It's not for sale. I think I need to present something a bit more case-making to him. Let's press.
Hold it!
That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. Hold it! No, no, no! Your silly opinion is what is mistaken. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken. Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. He certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony. If push comes to shove, I may need to press him for more information.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct? Oh, you noticed. It's a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand. It does look very well designed and quite classy. I will have to charge you if you want to touch it. That's quite all right. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are! Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the two of them as well. You see, it all matches my testimony. We've already pressed that. So I guess we pressed the first one?
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time? Of course I saw what was inside. And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone? Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. So this is what we're presenting to, probably. Can I present the footprints to this now? Yes. Mr. LeBlanc. What is it? There is a very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please, take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, at the spilled grape juice. Yes, and... will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is a set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Oof. Ooh, he's sweating. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? More wingdings. Can you please translate for us? I'd noticed that the other flight attendant's skirt was incredibly short, but she's also, barely wearing the top. Was that entire outfit made for someone smaller than her? Oh, the teddy bear she has is Captain Hugo. No way, that's totally impossible. I guess is what he said. No way, that's totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw it with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? What I saw, part 2. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down. What? Dare you too have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please, forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
Hold it!
So, are you still upset now? I'm always upset. The only time when I am not is when I have a piece of art in my hands. It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him. But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. Why do you keep checking the time? Why were you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time! In money! You understand the point. Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Mayhem and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I... Oh! If you set your pocket watch to the time at the destination, then your pocket watch is wrong! Excuse me. So my watch is not wrong. Match the schedule. No, you can't read. But the movie is still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's all right. No? Okay, fine. I have to press him on it first, huh?
Hold it!
So, this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine? Yes! I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Mayhem and Murder. Mr. Nero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense! You doubt me? No, now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure. My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane. So wait. Yeah. Can I present this now?
Objection!
Yes. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. Now, if your watch had been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance to the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Nero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right, it was in that small Asian country. the Republic of Zengfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we're still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. Which means that if he says that he saw the guy get on the elevator at 6, he actually got on at 9. I think it's 9. No, it's only 9 in one direction. It's 9 in that if it's that way, or 3 if it's that way. And I don't actually know which way we're going. Why was Edgeworth in Borginia? I mean, this is during the time that Edgeworth was missing. So I have to assume that if the movie was shown, but it was shown at the time it was supposed to, then I mean, that still doesn't help us because we don't know which 6 we're dealing with. It could be 6 back to 9 here and he's only just missed it. And then that would make some sense with the meals. Or it's the 6 onward to 3, which wouldn't. But then again, it could be the 6 onto 3, and we know it's 6:15 that we found the body, but we know his watch is wrong. And therefore the guy's been missing across the whole lunchtime, which you'd think someone would have noticed that, actually. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. Okay, right. Analog watch, 9 hours out, which therefore is 3 hours fast. So we're going 9 hours back then. Right. Thank you, Edgeworth. So, either here... Three hours on there. I mean, that's still... That does probably mean the guy was missing for 3 hours. Maybe. Or longer. No, wait, I've gotten lost with the time things, because I don't know which times are correct at the moment. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 AM. Oh yeah, we are in fact at 6 AM. My 1,000,000 cents! This should clear up all of the remaining accusations. So, This basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. Which, I mean, I assume that's got to be this 3 a.m. Because the flight attendant told us the movie was shown and it was shown at the right time. So we're past this point. So yeah, we are in fact over here. But the guy was missing from here, and we only found... Yeah, seriously, did no one notice he wasn't around for the meal? Did... You had, like, 6 passengers to keep track of. Yeah, he thought the movie was going to be here effectively, and so he just like slept through this bit, I guess. Once again, I don't know why this is 24-hour flight itinerary. You don't get flights that go that long. How long is the longest flight? I feel like it's only about like 13 hours or so. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. And you are... Yeah, oh! I'm Cammy Meal. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Because she was feeding him, I think. Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. Oh, sorry, was it not food time then? I mean, it was. Sorry. Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Zhengfa, correct? Okay, I guess if they're stopping to refuel, I guess it can be a 24-hour itinerary. A message from Captain Hugo. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Zhengfa between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask that all passengers remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. It's interesting that they do the meal thing then, too. Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhengfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. Made a brief stop at 4 AM to 5 AM to transfer cargo and refuel at a transfer point. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Ekby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 AM. Miss Meal's testimony. Mr. Ekby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 AM. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 AM. Okay, now, what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zengfa. Oh dear. Yeah. You were here the whole time from 5, yes? And then you are the only one who could be the killer. Edgeworth keeps finding ways to put himself back under suspicion. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really in this lounge the entire time from 5 AM onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then, how do we explain the footprints? Is not that obvious? And this man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waited to kill him, and then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken. But what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the 2nd floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Actually, what if the murder happened in the cargo hold? Well, I mean, it happened in the elevator, so it's kind of irrelevant, actually, which floor it took place on, I think. Aside from the fact that the killer got off the elevator at this floor. Suggesting a staff member killed them, exactly. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? What? Do you have another idea? I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than this lounge? I mean, the murder weapon came from the in-flight shop? Evidence to tie it to a location that isn't the lounge. We don't have the thing about what floors it stops at in our evidence. Oh yeah, how old is Kemi Meal? She's also 24. Okay, not our prosecutor's badge. Probably not the wallet. That won't help us tie it to a different floor. The crime scene notes. The picture. I don't feel like that helps either. Sky Magazine is not going to help us. Captain Hugo Piggy Bank. I mean, just because it comes from the in-flight shop doesn't really help us, given that that's literally next door to the lounge. Unless we're going to use it to say it happened in the in-flight shop and then they chucked him in the elevator. And the photo of Mr. Hicks is not going to help us. The missing cell phone is probably not going to help us. The grape juice footprints. Footprints and something being dragged, but it's in the direction of the shop. I mean, no, that doesn't work. Because clearly the thing being dragged is being dragged from the direction of the elevator and through the grape juice. And then we have the refueling note. Present for our readers. Superb class juice. 10 of our lucky readers. Finest the Mediterranean has to offer in our something something grape juice. Aromatic and fragrant. Something something. And then we have Ms. Meal's testimony that Mr. Hicks was in his seat at 5 AM. I am not confident about any of these things. I guess that's the only one that seems to vaguely reference a different place.
Take that!
Yeah. The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there. It is not displayed here in this lounge. How, then, did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? I think, Edgeworth, you're going to have to demonstrate that you did not buy one. Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you're innocent at all. Is there no way to win with this man? Hold it. If I may. What is it? You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh? And why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 AM? Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was. Come to think of it. Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Ooh, employee only door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That is the flight attendant's room. Then you were on the first floor? Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes. You seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there then? Hold it. What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Ms. Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I've already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh? That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this, Miss Tianero? It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are. Ah, it's a whole panel that she's just not wearing, huh? Along with the fact that she's not wearing a bra. You flight attendant! Well, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? That would be pull the wool over our eyes. The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhonda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. Right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Yeah, she can't dress correctly for her job, that's true. Well, I wonder where the piggy bank was on display. March 12th, 8:32 a.m. Flight G390, first floor in-flight shop. But before we investigate the shop, I need more water. I will be right back. Blast breakthrough to the turbulence. Yeah, definitely. I mean, in theory, it could have done. In theory, the turbulence could have, like, knocked the piggy bank, and it could have fallen through the glass of its own volition. But I assume that all of these things are properly secured with museum putty for that not to happen, given that flying does that. Also, am I wrong in thinking that this swan is a very specifically shaped swan? Anyway, so this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Hold on! You can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There is a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Begin investigation. Oh, where shall we start? Oh, look at the captain who goes on the floor. Okay, I'm going to start there. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Mealy is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgewood? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envisage stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Are you the killer and have you hid the victim's cell phone inside that plushie? Just throwing that out there. Okay, the actual problem here. The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. Oh, is the piggy bank supposed to have a hat? Aww. Yeah, I mean, given that the plushes of Captain Hugo are wearing hats, why wouldn't the piggy bank one be? There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy something for me then? As a present. Why would you give a detachable hat to a piggy bank? So that you could disguise the fact that it's a piggy bank. So you could display it in your room as if it was just a statue, but actually it has money in it. I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. She can think of a reason. It's called her tits are out. Sorry, lady, I don't think Edgeworth is interested in the fact that your tits are out. I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Okay, who is buying luggage while they are on a flight? Specifically, who is buying who is buying hold-sized luggage while they're on a flight? Like, really? What are these? Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. I mean, they would be very visible on a luggage carousel, is all I'm going to say about those. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight. But in the real world, you try, then buy. No way! And either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane? I do have the same question when you find those shops that sell luggage that are in duty free. Because it's like, who is buying a suitcase when they're at duty free? Who is buying that? That's always been something I've wondered about. Like, I mean, maybe there's the slight chance that your, like, backpack disastrously disintegrates while you're at the airport or something. People who want more posh suitcases. Yeah, but then what are you doing with the suitcase you already had? And I swear I've seen ones that are like larger than cabin suitcases as well. So like, I mean, I guess you can gate check things. I don't know. What if you buy too much stuff at the airport? Yeah. But like, they give you carrier bags for that. I think I am just not of the right kind of people that spend money, because it is admittedly always the really fancy bag shops, I guess. I guess it doesn't make sense to me because I'm not the sort of person who would buy I can't even pick a fancy bag brand off the top of my head in the first place. Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Hugo hits painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? It's certainly making something jump inside my stomach. I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You looked like you really wanted to get one. I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. It is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. I mean, as I said, I will give Miss Rhoda one thing. I am not losing track of that on a baggage belt. Mostly because there is no way there's going to be more than one person who's buying something that garish. Miss Tenero designed this. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe? Are you disparaging cheese, lady? I don't like her. Cheese smells good. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so blah. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Yeah! You okay? I was kind of wondering why one of these suitcases was on chocks and one of them wasn't. I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Plane's shaking causes it to roll. In-flight suitcase displays can be hazardous. Yeah, see, this one's on chocks and the other one wasn't, and I was gonna mention that. Yeah, I'll put it back. Can you get some chocks for that one? Alright, what's on the floor here? Can I look at it? Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. Oh, I wonder where that one passenger got his stuff then. Also, who's buying life vests? I sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Is there no life vest under the seat? Really? Really? Yeah, in case of emergency, you have to pay for your survival. Like, it's one thing for, like, to give an example. At Walt Disney World, they have ponchos for sale everywhere because it rains every day. And they're always going to make money off of it from people who haven't brought their own. But you're not supposed to do that for an emergency situation. What the hell is with this airline? There are so many things about this airline that are a safety hazard. But some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. Alright. The flowers. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. Okay, we can't actually go any further that way. 50% off sale! Is it 50% off the suitcases? Isn't that the same rearing horse painting that's on the stairs, but flipped? Yeah, what have we got in here? We've got like shot glasses, and is that like a set of Matryoshka dolls except they're businessmen? Maybe? Some golden busts of some kind, a mirror, some ties up there. This has got to be a Swarovski swan, right? Surely, with that shape. And then some kind of a flower, and some very expensive looking necklaces that weirdly are not the things that have been stolen. Some bags, some pictures of some kind, a lot of books. More books there. The murder weapon, Captain Hugo. And the tiny captain's hat that probably belongs to him. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Found at the crime scene, the culprit must have shattered the display case glass to take it. Eh? Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed. Alright, further inspection. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Those really are creepy. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go-U Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral. Are you sure about that? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like I hit the bullseye. Okay, maybe it's not a set of Matryoshka dolls being shown off. Okay, we can't even look at the stuff over there. Alright. The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank? But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Okay, maybe the piggy bank did fall of its own volition. Ooh. Yeah, maybe the piggy bank fell of its own volition while the victim was looking at stuff in the shop, and hit him in the head, and he died, and Miss Rhoda went, "Oh no, there's a dead body," and tried to hide us in the elevator. Because we know she was down here at one point. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger! Or maybe Miss Mule hid the body. Given that she seems to be insistent on getting her DNA on everything. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Meal, if I may ask you about this lock. The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so she's got the keys to all of the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her? No, that's all right. Right. What have we got in here? We've got the broken glasses and we've got the suitcase. Evidentiary wise, can we rotate the Captain Hugo piggy bank now it's got a hat on? The hat on its head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. Maybe it's a bear. Maybe bearing is a pun. There's some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? Yeah, we'll probably get the same thing off the thing on the front that we got off the thing before. Okay. Can we do a deduction here with the piggy bank?
Eureka!
There is definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope. No, there isn't. Which means the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time too. Yeah? That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo bank from here after the turbulence. Turbulence. This plane shook so much during it that it made a huge mess of the shop. Actually, what if... No, that doesn't work. I was going to say about maybe this is just an accident and the victim got hit in the head and was trying to make his way back to his seat and just died in the elevator. Wouldn't the suitcase have also been moved back? Mm-hmm. I think the suitcase's wheels suspiciously match the drag marks that are coming out of that puddle of grape juice. And I wonder if I might find the cell phone inside that suitcase that is not properly secured. Or possibly something other than that, but I wonder if I might find something in there. Captain Ugo piggy bank data updated. This was taken out of its display case in the in-flight shop after the turbulence. She seems to have fallen asleep on her feet again. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mealy, and listen when I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. Ooh. Is the murder weapon the suitcase? So, you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point, that's a very real possibility. Wait, maybe the blow to the head was not what killed him. Maybe the blow to the head was done afterwards to disguise the real method of killing. Like maybe he was poisoned. What if when the killer went to take Captain Ugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhonda, of course. Sorry, Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Teniero, huh? I would like to go Turbulence Suitcase. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal. Do you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally ooze strange, like the colour and the such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? And I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mealy. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. Yeah, there's a grape juice stain on this wheel. I initially thought it was a design element to have the wheels be different colours, but this one isn't. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she's heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase? The fact that it's been dragged through grape juice.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh? As in... There are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so, it's very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Oh, okay. If this is Captain Hugo, then Captain Hugo is actually a sugar glider? Based on that face, right? No, not a sugar glider. Something close. Sugar glider isn't quite right. Something similar. I don't remember what it is. Like a lorry. Maybe a lorry. That, yes, there we go, thank you. That's the one I was getting. Yeah, a slow loris is the right face here. I think. It's pretty close to the one on Wikipedia anyway. Or like possibly that one. I really shouldn't be paying attention to too much about this. Yeah, okay, it's definitely a slow loris. Of some variety. This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that's the best way to put it. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. Bloody cloth. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood. Blood! It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all. And also that I probably should have looked at the wheel beforehand. Investigation complete. No! I wasn't done looking! So, explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps? Can you fit an entire human being in there? Was he murdered in the cargo hold, stuffed in a suitcase, artfully arranged inside the elevator, And then the suitcase returned to here, which is why we saw the track of it that went through the grape juice. And are you just talking about the cloth, then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe this killer used the suitcase to transport is the entire ass body.
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Go use suitcase data jotted down in my organizer. This was used to transport the body. It was designed by Ms. Rio de Janeiro. Bloody cloth data jotted down in my organizer. Found inside the suitcase, its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. But... Can I finish rotating the suitcase, please? What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. This colour and this scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. Why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? A $1,200 price tag. Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. No one is buying that! Is that before or after the 50% off sale? No one is spending $600 on it either! I mean, it looks like a good quality suitcase. But, like, no one's spending more than $100. Like, yeah, it's a good quality hardshell suitcase with 4 spinner wheels. I assume there was with a lock, you know. This is the sort of suitcase that I like. However, I mean, it's the sort of suitcase I like, including the fact that you are not going to lose track of this. No one is picking this case up by accident. That is the one benefit of the ridiculous garishness of it. But still, no one is paying that. For there to be this much blood on this piece of cloth. Was the victim wrapped in it at some point? There's something very familiar about this fabric pattern. I mean, the colours are the same colours as the suitcase. But in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels like he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Mealy reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. I mean, I assume we will still be working on this after we land. Just given the fact that Miss Francesca is on the arts for this chapter. And not on the plane. Well, she might be on the plane, but she might be elsewhere on the plane. To be continued. Save, yes. Middle, airport arrival. Yes, okay. March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. Why would someone like her? Yeah, I mean, but I don't know, maybe she was slumming it in business. But no, it appears that she will be joining us now. That says London. I'm not sure what it says before it on something. No, it says cancelled. It says cancelled, London. Yeah, cancelled because the plane became a crime scene. Is this where we were supposed to be ending up landing? Or have we made an emergency? I know that once we'd landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mealy, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering what she was up to. Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed, and wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Francisca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my vengeance on you in a different venue. I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait! This has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor, then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgments until after I've investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. Ha! I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I have had no intention to. We are getting Gumshoe! Yes! Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! Too slow! Get out! Listen up, I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth, if you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. I mean, I want to see... I want to know what she's selling. Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. What should I go with? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. What are you using for the blue? There are so many flags with blue in them. I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I'd love to take a run down that runway. Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. Yeah, you're not allowed to run down that, kid. Being on the runway is dangerous. Being on the taxiway is dangerous. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. That's what I thought. Soviet Russia, world flag lunchboxes eat you. Found it, lol. Oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000, lols. For my next Leap movie, it's going to be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Tokyo. Okay, it is him. Versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's going to rock so many boxers. So, the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Yeah, it's definitely the director. Anyway, Gumshoe. Hi. So, how's the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office, and we'll take his statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, how so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy. As though she knew there had been a murder or something. And I'd come here in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. I mean, the captain is going to radio it in before we get here. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all this. Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? It's kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Right, can we? Yes. March 12th, 1:37 p.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. So, you must be the captain. Why, yes I am, and who might you be? I'm the prodigy prosecutor, Francisca von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain, getting friendly with another woman. Forgive you if you do.
But what are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy.
I wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain to be much of a reputable person.
Sure you don't want to ask Captain some questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I hardly doubt he would know anything of use.
Why is the vase still on the seat? Probably because this is a murder scene, and they weren't allowed to take their stuff with them.
Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Francisca and her whip.
Yeah! Someone's mad that he's not allowed to take his vase with him.
March 12th, 1:40 p.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge.
Now see here! Yeah! Sorry! I'm so sorry!
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you! Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Sir, you can't go in there.
I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through.
I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission.
But I'm on the case.
Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma.
Why would you do this to me, Francisca? Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir.
I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Ah, this is where we saw the fabric before.
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Can we show him the bloody piece of cloth? Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh, it's a Bohemian cloth. As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose? Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from all over the seas for more. Borginian cloth, world-famous export of Borginia. Its beautiful pattern has been soiled by blood. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier? No, my cargo this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And it is no good that that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room too.
that attendant. I wonder if he's talking about Mr. Nero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendant's room for her interview. And then they have still not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Mr. Nero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Mr. Nero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Franziska? Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. Welcome back. Yes, Franziska is investigating this case. And trying to pin it on Edgeworth as her revenge. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. Oop, no, sorry, wrong button. That one. The scene of the crime was here. We have evidence that it was not.
Objection!
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is any proof of that. Where is the proof that this suitcase was moved around? That would be this drag mark right here. Spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? I mean, it's evidence that makes me question why only one wheel of the suitcase has stuff on it.
Take that!
This mark here. Wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels? I suppose. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast! This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. Francisca's Logic, Part 2. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. And then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. Wow, that's some serious turbulence! With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you'd taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop. That would be the... You acquired the piggy bank before the turbulence. We have evidence that... no. That this was taken out after the turbulence.
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools for those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? Fake. This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder, when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank from off of the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there! Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible it's just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place. I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still in the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene, which is probably in the cargo hold.
Objection!
There is one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish! The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane on the door was broken. I would say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about. Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, that is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall you also wished to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But you're welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tiniero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Ah, yep, there's the bunk beds I was expecting in the flight attendant's room. I'm going to make the assumption that Miss Tiniero's bed is the one on the top. March 12th, 2:23 p.m. Flight G390, first floor flight attendant's room. Keep our cabins clean, it says on the wall. It also says professional style. With a guide to how the uniform is supposed to be worn. So you're the one who poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Miss Tenero. Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. Why is there a crown? Oh look, there's one of those suitcases here. It's one of those suitcases designed by Mr. Nero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I don't think it's ears that he has for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Mealy. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that timing. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I am a failure. She must be worn out from the long questioning session she just went through. Okay, maybe we can't ask her about that. Let's have a look around. So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers? Wait, detective. It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft and I can sense a whip not far behind. But I wanted to look. And what are inside these boxes? Oh, those are some souvenirs I bought in Virginia. There's so many! What's even a second box? Well, yes. I found that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. I had a... Oh, there we go. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. And that's how lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Gold crowns and swords and necklaces. It's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Goyu to send its metal detectors out for repairs. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain the well-kept one up top belongs to Miss Tenero. Oh, this bottom one is a giant mess. You slovenly, squalid scoundrel of a man! You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy? Ew! There are some things in life best left to yourself, Detective. Sorry, there are some things in life best kept to yourself, Detective. What exactly is this panel for? That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We used it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. Okay. Miles Edgeworth, isn't that something that you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story. That's right, and how does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing, really. If you already knew that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? Alright, well, can I go this way? Okay, that takes me back out there. Okay. Okay. Francisco! Well, go on, let's hear our troublesome attendant out. In due time, I have one thing I'd like to ask you. Yes? Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future? Of course! I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it. Yeah, and probably a whole ton of yelps too! And I'm willing to bet the majority of them came from you, Detective. Alright. We're presenting her with something to do with timing. Yeah, can we ask her about the refueling? No. Can we ask her about the suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero. Oh, that suitcase! Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else out about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know, and I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there. Okay. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes! They're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is, how should I put this? It's hideous. Oh, what? Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcase isn't the design. It's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? Well, it means we have a time as to when the suitcase was returned. By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a long time? I think not. Ooh, does that mean that the one with the bloody stuff in it is hers? Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says? The price tag.
Take that!
Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you're trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on this suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was... yourself, probably.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? Well, because it's, as you put it, hideous. I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them, either. We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. Oh god, it's 1,200 with the 50% off. Oh no. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 p.m. Sorry, 5:40 a.m. Suitcase receipt, bought in the in-flight shop and left in the attendance room. The timestamp says 5:40 a.m. Probably returns it to the airline afterwards. Either that or at home she has like a pile of them. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are the other suitcases? They should all be down in the cargo hold. Ah, so the one that was used to transport the body was from the cargo hold, which strengthens my opinion that the cargo hold is where the murder happened. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. Hey, those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it! Hold it! Yes, Franziska? Going on these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name! And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth! You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Mealy. I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Franziska got information out of Miss Mealy. In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different keycard. Sorry, a different one. Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhonda Tenero, and only you. What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. Believe it. What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. When do we have the chance to say someone could have nicked it? Well, someone's clearly nicked it. Franziska doesn't want to believe that someone's nicked it. Franziska gets something in her head and doesn't want to be convinced otherwise. Wait! It's not like that! You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth! What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Franziska, I know you're the lead investigator on this case. However, Hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time!
Your bet's on Melee.
Yeah. Same. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise. To be continued. And that is a very convenient to be continued. Latter decisive evidence, which we will get to next time. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. We got to see Francesca again. And Gumshoe. I mean, we got to see Gumshoe last time as well, so. But Gumshoe is like my favourite, so. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for the channel goes up both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight. The next scheduled stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM, for some more Mythic Love Iberian Legends. Spending some more lovely time with Professor Boo, who I am identifying very strongly with. So I hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming. And this is Kalla signing out. See ya. Bye bye.